right, thank you everyone for joining us this evening for our regular planning meeting of council for December 9th. We have full council in attendance today. Councillor Link from Ward 1, Councillor Bussetti from Ward 2, Councillor Kleiber from Ward 3, and Councillor Prague from Ward 4. We have our CAO Brent Alnick with us, our Red River Planning Senior Planner, Mr. Eno, with us, and RM of West St. Paul on the screen, for those that can see, is our MLO, our Municipal Legislative Officer, Ms. Shaw. I will read the resolution to open up our meeting and get things going. Be it resolved that the meeting be called to order and that the agenda for the meeting be adopted as circulated. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Prague, seconded Councillor Bussetti. Any discussion? Go ahead, Councillor Link.
Yes, I will of course be voting to adopt the agenda as it appears on AllNet and on the RM website. My vote to approve does not signify my approval to add any information to the agenda once the meeting is complete and finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. I have item 4, our opening remarks. The RM of West St. Paul strives to be a safe and inclusive community that residents are proud to call home, where diversity is embraced, the environment is cared for, and leadership is valued and trusted. The RM of West St. Paul is committed to working as a team to provide good governance, safe and reliable infrastructure, recreational facilities, and outdoor spaces that the community can enjoy in a sustainable way that values the environment and is financially prudent. Councillor Link, go ahead.
Are there any addendums to the agenda? That was item 3.
Nope, there were no addendums to the agenda in our package.
Thank you.
Planning hearings. I will read our information for those not familiar with the planning hearing process. We have 2 possible items on as public hearings this evening. We are aware that most people who attend or view council meetings for planning matters like the ones here tonight are not completely familiar with how the planning process works. I want to spend just a few minutes providing some additional context so that we all have a better understanding of the process, the requirements around the Manitoba Planning Act, and our local bylaws. Any person can apply for a variance, conditional use, rezoning, or subdivision as per the Manitoba Planning Act by making the application with West St. Paul's Planning Authority, the Red River Planning District. This does not mean council has endorsed the planning item. When an application is submitted, council is required to hear from the applicant and from those representatives who attend the public hearing to speak in favor, in opposition, or for more information. It's important to note that council is being presented with all the information at the same time as those in attendance here today. These are procedures council members must follow once an application is officially filed with the Red River Planning District and until such time as a decision is made. Council members cannot speak with the applicant or any other persons who may be seeking information or want to speak in support or in opposition of the open application. This guides against anyone influencing council members before the public hearing and ensures each member of council makes their decision based on the same information heard or presented by way of correspondence here tonight. Often residents are frustrated by not being able to speak to their elected officials once the application has been filed, but it is done for these reasons. Red River Planning staff can, however, answer questions from the public at any time. The Red River Planning District accepts applications from residents and developers who want to build houses, sheds, swimming pools, garages, decks, and from those who want to subdivide their lands from one-lot splits to multi-developments. Red River Planning District staff are professional planners recognized by a professional association and are tasked with researching every application. Their work and recommendations to council are made based on a legal framework, not personal opinions. They review each application against the Manitoba Planning Act, our development plan, and our zoning bylaw. They also circulate the application to many other organizations that may be impacted, such as Manitoba Infrastructure, Public Schools Finance Board, Sustainable Development, Gas, Hydro, and adjacent municipalities. Red River Planning staff does this to determine if the application meets all the legal requirements. At the public hearing, council hears from many delegations, and we will ultimately decide if the application is a good fit for the community and if it will be approved. We consider both the legal requirements the planner has researched as well as feedback from our community. And so that is what we are doing here this evening. So item 5 is planning hearings, and I will open up our first public hearing. Be it resolved that this meeting of council recess for the purpose of holding a public hearing pursuant to section 96A of the Planning Act. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Brusetti, seconded Councillor Prague. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And Councillor Kleiber, you did not vote on that item? I'm sorry, I just want to clarify, Councillor Kleiber, did I miss your vote or did you not vote on that item?
And Councillor Kleiber hear you.
Councillor Kleiber, are you able to hear us okay?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Was there a question?
A vote was taken. We just took a vote.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Sorry.
Are you going to be able to hear the public hearing okay to participate?
Yeah, I think so. Kind of going in and out, but if I have a problem, I'll text you and let you know. Sorry, what was the vote for open the public hearing?
We have a bit of a problem. You're missing the votes.
Oh, sorry. Well, I'm in favor of opening the public hearing.
Great, thank you.
Mayor Kristen, who is she going to be texting?
Pardon?
Go ahead.
Councillor Kleiber said she'll text if she has problems. I just wanted to know who she's going to be texting.
Who would you like me to text? Would you like me to text the mayor or the CAO if I have a problem?
Well, the mayor's running the meeting, so she's not going to be watching for texts.
So you would like me to text you if I have a problem then?
Sure, I won't be on my text all the time, but I'll watch for it.
Okay.
We just want to make sure everybody can hear. Under the Planning Act, everybody has to participate in the public hearing, and if portions of it are missed or you can't hear a portion of it, then you're not able to vote. So we want to make sure that everybody's able to participate and hear correctly. Mr. Eno, I will turn it over to you to share your recommendations and report to council.
Thank you, Mayor. As you noted, this is variance number 11921. I'm just going to share my screen so I can show you some graphics. And just before I get going, just a reminder to all those on council, there's also on Zoom that raise hand feature, just in case your sound cuts out. You can do just as I just showed right there, the raise the hand thing. So that's always a good thing that everyone can see. So just bear with me. I'm just going to share my screen with you. There we go. So this is a variance at 22 Norham Drive. It's to reduce the minimum required separation between a principal building and an accessory building. So under the zoning bylaw, there needs to be a separation between those two types of buildings of 10 feet clear of all projections. Typically that's eave to eave. Sometimes there's not an eave on a building, so we just say clear of all projections. The applicant is proposing to reduce that down to 5.41 feet or 5 feet 5 inches as proposed. Here's just an air photo showing the subject property. You can see the existing house and the existing garage there, just in the backyard there. And here's a bit of a site plan. It's not super clear for you, but they are proposing to construct an addition onto their house. There's going to be a kitchen and a new deck. And those are going to be a little bit too close to the garage as per your zoning bylaw. I do have better drawings showing the building and the addition. However, I haven't shared them with council just because this is public and I don't want to share those public interior layouts of the new addition and the existing house. And that's all I have on this. Just a couple extra points. Obviously, the new additions will have to meet building code and fire separations. The applicants also indicated that they're proposing to do a little bit of an upgrade to the south wall of the existing detached garage. They're going to do a little bit more fire rating, just in case that's a concern of council's. Want to approve this, we do have two conditions that we recommend. Our standard first condition that the variance is limited to what's been proposed, and any changes would require a new variance approval. And the second is that they obtain all required permits from our office as well as the municipality. As I've noted, there's a building permit already on file, waiting to see if this gets approved. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Eno. I'll go around our council table. Councillor Bisetti, go ahead. Any questions for Mr. Eno?
Mr. Greener, just looking at those drawings, it looks like it's just the corner. Like there's no overlap of building. It's literally just the corner that's the below the reading. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's correct.
Councillor Kleiber, any questions for Mr. Eno?
Who's the applicant in this application?
The last name is DeGrave.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Councillor Prague, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Councillor Link, any questions?
No, I have no questions for the planner, thank you.
Thank you. No questions from me as well. Ms. Elias, do we have the applicant available for questions from council?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have the applicant Kyle DeGrave with us this evening. He's in support.
Welcome, Mr. DeGrave. Can you hear us okay?
Yeah,
Great. Thank you for joining us.
thank you.
Were you able to hear the planner's presentation to council?
Yep.
Was there anything that you wanted to add to that, or I'll see if council has questions for you?
No, that's good.
Okay, great. I'll go around our council table. Councillor Link, any questions for Mr. DeGrave?
Just a comment. I hope that you run these changes by your home insurer. Sometimes if they're not aware and something happens, there can be some horror stories. So I'm hoping that you talked over these plans with your insurer. That's all. Thanks.
Yes, we have.
Councillor Bisetti, any questions for Mr. DeGrave?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kleiber, any questions for Mr. DeGrave?
Hard to see the drawing, like the drawing, I'm having a hard time just seeing what you're all doing there. It looks like you're adding a kitchen, it said in your application, or you're extending your kitchen?
We're
And-
extending the kitchen.
Okay, and then are you adding 2 rooms to the back?
No, the other expansions are on either side of the house, nowhere near the garage.
Okay. All right, so that might be an existing, I don't know, I'm having, it says location of variance, maybe that Mr. Eno, back to you. I'm just looking at the drawing and I'm trying to expand it here. It says here, the kitchen is addition 1, and then it says 2, is that 2 rooms there? And then there's a location of variance and you've got a big red arrow.
Yeah.
So is the back rooms where the variance has to take place?
That's correct. So there's 2 additions that are happening to this house. They're adding some rooms, and that's on the west side of the house.
Yeah.
Further away from the garage. The second addition is the expansion of the kitchen and the deck, and that's what we're looking at. One corner of the kitchen is within the 10 feet separation to the existing garage there. Does that
Okay,
make sense?
that makes sense. Thank you.
Councillor Prague, any questions for Mr. DeGrave?
No questions for Mr. DeGraves, thank you.
No questions from me as well. Thank you for going about it the proper way and submitting an application. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Ms. Elias, do we have anybody registered in support, opposition, or for information on this application?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we also have Norma Alberg with us this evening. She's registered in support.
Welcome, Mrs. Alberg. Is there anything that you're wanting to say regarding this application?
Yes, good evening, everybody. Can you hear me? Okay, thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. This is wonderful. I don't know the folks that are applying for this edition, but it's awesome to see one of our old West St. Paul areas with a large yard that allows them to actually put the addition onto their house. I have one bit of confusion that perhaps can be settled with a dialogue between the planner and the councillors tonight. I'm wondering if there's some discrepancies now between our bylaws, wondering, I guess, why this applicant has to apply for the variance. Because if we look, for example, at some of the newer builds, if we just take as an example the RS or the RS bylaw size lots that allow for the 4-foot side yard. So if you take 4 feet coupled with the 4-foot neighbor, you're now at 8 foot, and that actually would be wall to wall. And so the eaves conceivably are closer than the 8 feet. And I think it's well established now within the fire protection community that if anything, the new builds will burn much more rapidly than the older builds. So I'm a little confused as to why this applicant had to actually seek the variance. And I guess wondering where we had changed the bylaws for lot sizes in recent years, has it left us with some incongruencies in comparing different aspects of the bylaw? So I wonder if there could be just a dialogue of that to help me to understand it. And listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alberg, for your questions and for coming to council tonight. I can defer over to Mr. Eno. I do just want to thank you, though, for coming to present. Mr. Eno, go ahead.
Sure, thank you, Mayor. So in I think the new zones that Mrs. Alberg is talking about with the 4-foot setbacks, those are setbacks from the house to the property line. And the setbacks that we're talking tonight is about from the house to another building on the same property, not necessarily to the property line. So there needs to be a separation between the house and any accessory buildings, a garage, a shed, something like that. And that's where the 10-foot dimension comes from. I hope that clears things up.
Thank you, Mr. Eno. Any questions from council for Mrs. Alberg? Seeing none, I'll just thank you again, Mrs. Alberg, for coming and presenting to council. I think you raised some great points about side yards and distances. You had mentioned about 4 feet side yard in the RS zone. This zone that's being applied for here is RG. So it's a different zone where residents wanted larger gaps in between of 10 feet. But I think you raise a good point with the changing times. Maybe our zoning bylaws should be changed so that things like this don't have to come to council and the applicant doesn't have to spend money. So thank you for bringing your concerns and questions to council. Ms. Elias, do we have anybody else registered to speak in support, opposition, or for information?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we did receive a letter signed by a number of residents stating that we understand that the applicants have applied for a variance to add an addition to their home, which will result in less than 10 feet of separation between their home and their garage, and that they're in support. And that is signed by Ernie and Ramona Bias, Lauren and Judy Topolninsky, Daryl and Tina Dixon, Charlotte Witowicz, Jeffrey McKinstry, Brent and Tara Baschuk, Wes and Lisa Whiteside, Rick Cabas, Jerry Bencharski, Michael Kuzik, George Pale, and Chris Ward. Other than that, no one else registered in favor, against, or for information.
Great, thank you, Ms. Elias. Mr. DeGrave, you have an opportunity to comment if there's anything else that you would want to add for council.
No, I'm good, thank you.
Any further questions from council for Mr. DeGrave? No. I'm seeing no further questions. I want to thank you for being here tonight. I also want to thank you for reaching out. Council has a copy of the letter that was submitted for us through the planner. And in it, you talk about reaching out to your neighbors and asking them if they have any concerns. So I want to thank you for that. That's a really positive and proactive step to reach out to your neighbors and ask for their opinion in advance, and it makes it much easier for council. So thank you for that.
No problem.
All right, I will read the resolution to close the public hearing. Be it resolved that the council do hereby close the public hearing and resume the regular meeting of council. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Brussetti, seconded Councillor Prague. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the vote. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. I will read the resolution. Whereas an application for variance order 119-21 was received for the property located at 22 Norham Drive to reduce the minimum required separation distance between a house and accessory structure from 10 feet minimum to 5.41 foot minimum. And whereas under the provisions of the Planning Act, a public hearing has been held to hear representation both for and against the application. Therefore, be it hereby resolved that after careful consideration, the Council of the RM of West St. Paul hereby approves variation order 119-21 with the following conditions. 1, the variance is limited to allow a minimum separation distance of 5.41 feet, clear of all projections between the dwelling and detached garage, as proposed within this application. Any changes would require a new variance approval. 2, that the applicant owner obtains all required permits and approvals, including but not limited to those from Red River Planning District. A variance order will expire and cease to have any effect if it is not acted upon within 12 months of the date of decision. A board, council, or planning commission may extend the deadline under subsection 1 for an additional period not longer than 12 months if an application is received before the initial deadline. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Pereg, seconded Councillor Brussetti. Any discussion? Councillor Link, any comments for discussion? Councillor Kleiber, any discussion? Councillor Brussetti? And then from Councillor Pike. Okay. Only a couple of comments from me. I know there's lots of concerns in our community about reducing side yards and space between buildings in new and existing neighborhoods. I think this is a reasonable request. And it's quite common for people to want to see reduced areas even in existing neighborhoods. So I have no concerns with this application at all. I have a mover and a seconder. I will ask for a recorded vote and I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Before going to item 5.2, I am going to turn it over to our CAO because there's been some questions raised regarding that possible public hearing. And so I'm wanting to turn it over to our CAO before reading a resolution to open that public hearing. Mr. CAO.
Thank you, Mayor Christian. Want to talk about the application that's coming to council. The conditional use 36/21/2021. It's an application that came for a conditional use less than a month ago. Our procedural bylaw states that you know, we shouldn't be hearing an application if it's been less than a year. And I want to put up the resolutions side by side, the resolution from November 15th and the resolution from December 9th. So this isn't a new application. It's the same application that's come back to council. You'll see on the bottom of the December 9th application that there's a little more text in there, but I believe that has to do with the change in the Planning Act. So we have these two resolutions that are virtually the same. And then I'll have our MLO bring up the procedural bylaw. So in our procedural bylaw, it's 13.3. It reads, council may not consider or reverse a decision within 1 year after it is made, unless A, at the same meeting at which the decision is made, all the members who voted on the original resolution are present and agreed to reconsider and vote again, or B, a member gives written notice to the council from at least one regular meeting to the next regular meeting of a proposal to review and reverse the decision. A didn't happen, and B, we haven't seen B happen. So I'm here to council today to say that we have a procedural bylaw that reflects what's shown in 139.1 of the Municipal Act. So it's mimics what's in the act, and I'm going to come to council tonight, and then we have, if we wanted to move forward with this application, we would have to suspend our procedural bylaw. So Lainey, do you have a resolution that we could use to suspend our procedural bylaw? So to move forward tonight and hear this conditional use, we would have to pass this resolution. Be it resolved that the Council of the RM of West St. Paul hereby suspends any application of section 13.3 of the procedural bylaw number 2021-08 in relation to the conditional use application number 36/21. Could you put up section 3 from our procedural bylaw? Can relate to that. Section 3 of the same bylaw, the procedural bylaw, states any rule contained in this bylaw may be suspended by a vote of the majority of the members present, except in cases where the act or by this bylaw some other vote is required. So I'll read that one more time. To do a suspension, as we're going to propose in the resolution, any rule contained in this bylaw may be suspended by a vote of the majority of the members present, except in cases where the act or by this bylaw some other vote is required.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. I will go around our council table and see if there's questions for discussion. Councillor Link, go ahead.
I do have a question. I have in my hand page 29 of the Planning Act handbook. It's simply a flow chart of the conditional use process. The council made a decision. A notice of decision to the applicant and persons who made representations must be made. Council must send a copy of its order to the applicant and every person who made a representation at the hearing. And after that on the flow chart is decision of council is final. So my question is, was a notice of decision to the applicant sent out as required?
Thank you, Councillor Link. Mr. Eno, can you confirm? Thank you.
I'm sure it has been. I'd have to double check in the old file, but that's that's something that we do on behalf of all the municipalities. When we get the resolutions from the municipalities, we send a copy to the applicant and, as you noted, anyone who registered at the hearing. But I'd have to go pull that file out of the filing cabinets to double check for you.
Thank you, Mr. Eno. Any further questions, Councillor Link? Thank you. Councillor Kleiber, any questions?
I'm just looking at the Planning Act and under general conditional use, section 109.1 says the order of a board or council on an application for approval of a conditional use is final and not subject to appeal. So I don't even really think our procedural bylaw has to come into play here. That's the Planning Act. Am I correct on that, Mr. Eno? This is the amended bill I'm looking at as well.
Mr. Eno, I'll turn it over to you. Is this an appeal?
Sorry, thank you, Madam Mayor. No, this wouldn't be an appeal as we understand it. An appeal under the Planning Act is a very specific thing where you're appealing a current application. So an appeal could be done to a current rezoning. It'd be to that current file. Submitting a new application, I don't believe that constitutes an appeal, as an appeal is defined under the Planning Act.
That's not what I said, actually. I never said it was an appeal. I said under section 109.1, there is no appeal to conditional use. So section 109.1 says that the order of a board on an application for approval of a conditional use is final and not subject to appeal. Right, so you can't appeal the decision we just made. Is that correct? We made that decision November, whatever it was, the 15th or 25th. It's not subject to any kind of appeal whatsoever.
I'd say that's correct.
Thank you. So our procedural bylaw, our procedural bylaw, let's just clarify as well. Our procedural bylaw does not necessarily apply to a planning act. It applies to our procedures. They can refer to other decisions that we're making, but you can't conflict the procedural bylaw with the Planning Act. The Planning Act would still supersede, in my opinion, any of procedures that we have, because those procedures would apply to other topics and other decisions that we make.
I'm just wanting to clarify, Councillor Kleiber, were you thinking that tonight's public hearing is an appeal, that this applicant is wanting to make an appeal?
No, I don't think it's an appeal, but what I'm trying to get through and what I'm trying to communicate is that any decision we make on a conditional use is final. So you can't come back. You can't come back for another application and you can't come back for an appeal. The decision's been made. It's final.
Thank you. Councillor Braccetti, any comments, questions for Mr. Eno?
Just more comments between what Councillor Kleiber said and what our CAO has brought up to us. We can't look at this. It shouldn't even come to a resolution. It should just be taken off the table.
Thank you, Councillor Braccetti. Councillor Parag?
No questions, thank you.
So I have a question then, given what Councillor Braccetti has said and Councillor Link regarding the Planning Act and Councillor Kleiber. Should the resolution be reading differently that consistent with the Municipal Act and Planning Act, Council will not be looking at it? But we've spoken with Red River Planning District and from your perspective, it's a new application because of the process and how that process goes at your end, even though the decision is the same. So I guess to our CO and MLO, do we stay with the same resolution of council either approves or not suspending our procedural bylaw, or we alter the resolution to be consistent with the Planning Act when there seems to be discrepancies there about this being a new application? Mr. CO?
Just clarify through the mayor, Mayor Christian, that Councillor Cliver, Councillor Link, and Councillor Busetti are saying that we shouldn't be hearing this because we made a decision and that should be the final decision. Can you clarify that for me?
Would that be correct to the members of council that the CO's addressed? Councillor Link, go ahead.
It's clear on this flow chart, if a notice that had to be sent was sent, then the decision is final. I think we need clarity on whether or not the applicant received a notice of decision.
I guess to Mr. Eno, you're dealing with this applicant as they're opening up a new application. So would the applicant open a new application for the exact same request if they didn't know the outcome of the first time they made that request?
I think it's fair to say that the applicant knows what the decision from November 15th was. Yeah, it would be, yeah, I don't think it would stand logic to make another application when you already know what it is. So in terms of the letter sending out, it's like it's a required paperwork kind of a thing. If you want, I'm actually in the office. I can just kind of turn off my screen for a couple minutes and wander over and pull that file. Would that be helpful?
Sure. Thank you. Let's take a 5-minute recess and allow Mr. Eno to find that, and then we'll carry on with our questions. We'll give him that opportunity to search for that. So 5 minutes, and then we'll pick up where we left off here if there's further questions. Mr. Eno, I will turn it back to you.
Thank you, Mayor. So the question was under the Planning Act, if a notice was sent out to the applicant informing them of the decision, I can say yes, it was. So that was application number 33 of 21. It was at a public hearing on the 15th of November. And on the date on the letter here, we dated it and sent it out in the mail on November 16th, informing them that it's been defeated, along with a copy of the resolution. So yes.
Thank you for confirming that, Mr. Eno. Councillor Kleiber, you have a question? Go ahead.
Sorry, actually, my question was, you had asked for our comments. It's unfortunate that that this didn't go through, but under the Planning Act, we really have to follow the act and follow what it says. And unfortunately, that's just the way that it is. And hopefully this gentleman can build something else on that property.
Thank you. Anyone else have any comments? Councillor Pereg, any comments, questions?
No comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brusetti, any comments, questions? Mr. CEO, any further information for council on this? I know this is a tricky one.
So I just got some notes here. So I understand that I'm hearing Councillor Kleiber brought up that this application shouldn't have been brought back, and supported by Councillor Link. That if I understand this right, that it's a decision is final, and this shouldn't have been brought back. But in this case, the Red River Planning Department has brought it back, and we have it as a new application on this file tonight. So so what we need to do here is we need to look at our procedural bylaw. We have this application of conditional use on our agenda for tonight. So I believe that we still have to go through with if a resolution to suspend the procedural bylaw. And if you believe this application shouldn't even came back, I would reflect that in that vote. So then you wouldn't be suspending the procedural bylaw, and we would have to follow our procedural bylaw. So the key figure here and what we need to do tonight is Red River Planning has accepted, has a receipt of this application, and it is being advanced. So that's how we have to deal with it, or else I can't deal with what's on the agenda for tonight. So Lainey does have an application prepared for that. We can once again put it on the screen, and I'll read it again. So the resolution, be it resolved that the Council of the RM of West St. Paul hereby suspends any application of section 13.3 of the procedural bylaw number 2021-08 in relation to the conditional use application number 36/21. So if you vote yes, that you suspend the application or suspend the procedural bylaw in this case, then that means that we'd be able to move forward and hear this application. And if you vote no on this, then you're saying you want the procedural bylaw to be in effect, and this cannot be, this decision cannot come back for a year. Lainey, do you want to add anything to that? Was I clear enough?
Thank you, Mr. CEO. I believe the resolution is accurate.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Just one thing for confirmation, and this was discussed with legal today. I know there's been many conversations back and forth with Red River Planning, and this was discussed with our municipal lawyer as well.
Mayor Christian, could I just make a comment? I don't believe this is about the procedural bylaw. I think this is about the Planning Act and us following the Planning Act. So for me, this resolution, it has nothing to do with what's going on here. What's going on here is that he cannot have another a conditional use. Our decision was final, and we're going according to the Planning Act. And that's what we should be doing on planning matters. So for me, I'm not in favor of this resolution. I'll abstain from the resolution because for me, this is about the Planning Act, not the procedural bylaw.
Thank you, Councillor Kleiber. So, Mr. Eno, I'm going to direct this to you. Councillor Kleiber is saying this should not be brought to us tonight because of the Planning Act. As a professional planner, registered planner, have you appropriately brought this to council today? And it meets the conditions of the Planning Act in terms of Red River Planning accepting the application and bringing it to council tonight?
Yes, we believe we've accepted it appropriately as per the Planning Act and brought it forward to council as per the Planning Act. My understanding is that your procedural bylaw is the bylaw that you're considering that that notes that you shouldn't be considering this.
Thank you, Mr. Eno. So we've heard from Mr. Eno. We've had an education briefing as a council with Mr. Eno, our top community planner here, our top planner, and our executive director at Red River Planning. And so we need to respect that they've accepted this application and that they're doing their job and following the act. The issue is, are we able to hear this tonight? And so our CEO has informed council we've received legal advice. If we're wanting to move forward on it, we would need to suspend our bylaw. Section 13.3, which is also section 139.1 under the Municipal Act of hearing a decision again, may not reconsider or reverse a decision within 1 year after it's made. So if Ms. Shaw, if you can put that resolution back on the screen, I will read that resolution and we can vote on that resolution. Be it resolved that the Council of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul hereby suspend any application of section 13.3 of the procedural bylaw number 2021-8 in relation to conditional use application number 36-21. Can I have a mover, please?
Recorded vote, please.
Request for a recorded vote from Councillor Link. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Busetti, seconded Councillor Prague. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed?
I abstain. Something does not sit right with me when we have conflicting information like this. I'm not comfortable voting one way or the other about it. Thank you.
Yep, I abstain as well. I prefer that we follow the Planning Act on a planning item. Thank you.
Just to confirm, because I don't want misinformation or slanderous comments being made, Mr. Eno, can you confirm we are following the Planning Act?
Yes, we're following the Planning Act. As I said before, the issue, as I understand it, is with your procedural bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are then not going to be addressing item 5.2, and we are moving on to item 6.1. And so under the provincial provisions, and I cannot remember the section, and maybe Mr. Eno, you can speak about this briefly. There is no public hearing on this, which is always challenging when there's existing roads. So the 3 subdivision applications that we're looking at tonight, some of them quite large, of 197 unit subdivisions, do not have a public hearing for residents to speak because of the province. And so maybe you can just speak to that briefly before you present your reports to council on this.
For sure. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, as you noted, the Planning Act, which also identifies how you go about processing and making decisions on subdivisions, also outlined that public hearings are only required when you're creating or opening up new roads. In these 3 applications that you have tonight, the applicants are proposing to create new lots on existing roads, things that have either had public hearings in the past or The roads have been there for many, many, many years. So no hearings are required tonight for these 3 items. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Eno. So we have item 6.1. Would it be easiest to go through each one on the first one before I read the resolution and just provide council with some background on that, and then I'll read the resolution?
If that works for council? Yep.
Perfect. Yep.
Okay. So I'm just going to share my screen again with you. Just bear with me. So here's the first of the 3 subdivisions, application S212921. It's for property located at number 2 River Trail Drive. And the applicant's proposing to create 3 new residential lots in the RS zone. So all the 3 lots do meet the requirements of the RS zone in terms of lot size and lot width, with just a reminder, the lot size being 4,400 square feet and lot width being 44 feet wide as the minimums. Here's the subject property, and it's coming towards you tonight because the applicant has acquired a portion of the right-of-way that form the entrance into this subdivision, into this little community there. MIT, or Manitoba Highways, has indicated that they no longer need this little sliver of land, so that can be combined with number 2 River Trail Drive, and then can create these new lots. So that's why it's coming towards you tonight. Here's just a photo that I took of the property there. You can see it's all vacant right now. And here's the surveyor's plan, and I've just highlighted in yellow that portion of the land that's coming from the closed portion of the existing right-of-way. And then there again, a clean copy of the surveyor's plan showing the 3 lots. This has been circulated to the government departments. There are no major concerns. This does adhere to, as we noted, the zoning bylaw, the development plan, and the secondary plan. There are a few conditions that we would recommend, or we would recommend that this be approved because it does adhere to the zoning bylaw, development plan, and the secondary plan. And there's a couple of conditions that we would recommend for council to consider. The first one is that the applicant provide confirmation in writing from the CAO of the municipality that all taxes and applicable development levies have been paid. A revised lot grading plan has been prepared by a qualified engineer, and any upgrades to the municipal services be completed by the applicant or the owner at their expense and to the satisfaction of the municipality. There is a condition that Manitoba Historical Resources Branch has required. This is that the applicant conduct a qualified archaeological and heritage resource impact assessment, because they feel that there may be some heritage resources on the property. But it should be noted that we don't view that this should be a major concern because when the entire subdivision was created, such a study was already conducted by the applicant and approved by the province. So we're not sure if this is an oversight by that department or not, but in any fact, it's in there for the applicant to check off the list. That's all I have, Madam Chair. Welcome any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Eno. I'll go around our council table. Councillor Kleiber, any questions for Mr. Eno on this application?
Mr. Eno, can you go back to that picture of the lot, please?
Sure, I can. There you go.
No, the photograph. I'm sorry. I
Oh,
should have been more
okay.
specific.
That's okay. Oh. Oops.
Technology.
Just got kicked out. Isn't it wonderful when it works for us? Let me see if I can share this again.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
The photo I took?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this application is to split that lot into 3 lots?
Yes.
Okay. All right, that's what I needed to know. Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
Councillor Busetti, any comments for Mr. Eno?
Makes sense that highways is now finished the highway, so they realize they don't need all the space. They might as well put it back to the development. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Link, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
And Councillor Craig, any questions?
No questions, straightforward. Thank you.
And just a confirmation from me, the lot sizes are consistent with the existing lots in the Trails development?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. That's my only question. Actually, one other question. As a member of Red River Planning Board, I know this issue of historical archaeological research has been a concern from a number of municipalities. I know other municipalities have removed that condition. So I would sort of put that to you of, they've suggested it. Is this council able to remove that condition, or we're required to leave that condition in? I know this has been a challenging one.
So I guess sort of two parts to your question, Madam Mayor. The first part is council can always make whatever decision you want with whatever conditions you want or don't want in an application. In this case, I would recommend to you as well as to the board to leave that condition in. Typically, when we've spoken to a historical research branch, they're mostly concerned and mostly have information showing possible artifacts that are along the Red River, because that's where settlement areas were historically. I think where we've had a lot of concerns from municipalities like in St. Andrews and St. Clements is when we get a comment like this and the property is 3 miles away from the river, and it seems a little bit arduous. So in this case, I think it might make sense. And as I said, the applicant already did this with the major development there, the main subdivision. So I don't imagine it'd be much work for them.
Great, thank you. I appreciate the clarification. I will read the resolution, and then if council has anything further to discuss. Be it resolved that Council of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul under Section 125(1) of the Planning Act approves subdivision application S21-2921 for the property located at 2 River Trail Drive and a portion of Main Street right-of-way that is no longer required in order to subdivide the subject 0.46 acres of land into 3 lots ranging from 6,500 square feet and 7,304 square feet in size, subject to the following conditions. 1, applicant owner submits confirmation in writing from the Chief Administrative Officer of the municipality that A, taxes on the land to be subdivided for the current year plus any arrears have been paid or arrangements satisfactory to council have been made. B, payment of any applicable development levies have been paid. C, a revised lot grading plan has been prepared by a qualified engineer to the satisfaction of the municipality and to ensure that the proposed properties do not drain into or impede drainage from neighboring properties. And D, any upgrades to municipal services be completed by the applicant owner at their expense and to the satisfaction of the municipality. 2, applicant owner submits written confirmation from Manitoba Historical Resource Branch, HRB. A qualified archaeological consultant has conducted a heritage resource impact assessment to the satisfaction of HRB. Contact information listed. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Busetti, seconded Councillor Link. Any further discussion on this application? Councillor Busetti, go ahead.
I'd ask that we remove number 2. That whole area has been torn up, and if there was any of this archaeological stuff done, it's already been done already. So it's adding another hurdle to just an adjustment of looking at the picture to see how much they added on there. It's being held up for literally feet, not you know, a big area. So
Thank you. Councillor Kleiber, you had your hand up as well. Any concerns, questions?
I don't think that that clause is going to hold anybody up, especially if they've already put, I don't know, how many houses there? 200, 300 houses. So I don't think that's going to hold them up on three titles.
188 houses.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Appreciate that. And so I don't think it's going to hold them up, and it's just kind of a good clause to have in there in case there are any artifacts that are discovered during the build. And that can still happen if you're putting in a basement, et cetera, et cetera. I would like to ask for a recorded vote on this one. I'm not in favor of 44-foot lots. I've never have been. And to divide this up into three small lots, not something that I would support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Prague, any comments for discussion? And Councillor
comment.
Link. Oh, sorry, Councillor Prague. Councillor Link, go ahead.
I don't see taking out the second condition. Our planner has assured us that it's gone through with the larger development, and this will likely just be a touch up to that inspection that had taken place. I think we have to be careful in case this is a spot that there could be artifacts. And I think we have to respect that. The majority of lots in this 180 lots, as you say, Mr. CAO, are 44 foot. These three do not conflict with what is already there.
Thank you, Councillor Link. I would agree with you, Councillor Link, on the 44-foot lots not conflicting with what's there. I always draw back to the law and what's guiding us in our decision making. And fortunately, our planner, Mr. Eno, provides great analysis in his reports. So page 6, Mr. Eno provides our decision-making criteria out of the Planning Act. Section 123 states that a subdivision must be approved unless it meets the following, that it can't be approved. A, is it suitable for subdivision and intended use? Does the proposed subdivision conform to the development plan, zoning bylaw, and secondary plan? And C, does the proposed subdivision meet the regulations listed in section 146 of the Planning Act? So I know there's members of council that are not okay with the 44-foot, but we're not making a decision tonight about whether 44-foot lots are acceptable or not. That's already part of our zoning bylaw. So for me, in the decision-making criteria that we're to be looking at, does this proposed subdivision conform to the development plan, the existing zoning bylaw for this area, which is RS, and the secondary plan? And so for me, on the decision-making criteria, this is straightforward. We have a request for a recorded vote. Everybody's had an opportunity to comment, and so I will call for the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Item 6.2, and then we have a subdivision for 1141 Mullard Road. Mr. Eno, I will turn it over to you to share your report with council.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just going to share my screen again. There we go. So this is for a property at 1141 Mullard Road. It's to create 3 new residential lots in the rural residential zone. The proposed new lots are also to be 1.36 acres in size and 198 feet in width. That does meet with the zoning bylaw. I should note that the required size, the surveyor did not provide an actual area on the survey map. I just did basic length times width. So a variance might be required, or the surveyor can just confirm with us that it does in fact meet, because we're just a smidge under there with my arithmetic. But this is in a rural area, and as you can see, there's some existing rural properties around there. The area does have some larger rural lots, as well as some 1.3 acre lots. Here's just the photo of the subject property that was taken, show you the vacant area and the existing house out there in the background. And here's the applicant's survey showing you those 3 new lots and the existing house and their septic field and the stand of trees that's already there. This does adhere to the zoning bylaw and the development plan. It has been circulated to the government agencies. I know you got a revised package late in the day. My apologies, but we did get some late comments from the province. Those were also shared with the applicant, who indicated that they look fine to him. We are recommending that this could be approved, subject to a couple of conditions here. Number one, that the applicant owner submits confirmation in writing from the CEO that all taxes have been paid, development levies have been paid, a drainage or lot grading plan has been prepared to the satisfaction of the municipality, as well as to enter into a development agreement to address the following, but not limited to: development fees, servicing, access, and drainage. Number two, that the applicant owner obtain approval for undersized lots. And as I said, if the land surveyor comes back and confirms that these are in fact 1.37 acres in size, then we're good there. Number three, that the applicant owner submits written confirmation to our office from Manitoba Hydro that they've entered into an easement. Number four, that the applicant owner submits confirmation from Manitoba Conservation and Climate that the existing septic field has been decommissioned and a new holding tank essentially will have to be installed. And number five, that the applicant owner submits in writing confirmation from the City of Winnipeg that access has been granted onto Mollard Road, as that is a City of Winnipeg road. That's all I have on this, Madam Chair. As I think similar to the last one, this is pretty straightforward as they get. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Eno. Councillor Prague, any questions of Mr. Eno on this application?
Mr. Eno, I said the province sent in some conditions.
Yes.
Was it given to the applicant? And
It was, yes. We shared with them oh, sorry, am I off? Oh, yeah, I'm off mute. We shared with the applicants this afternoon the revised package, the same package that you got, and we
Yes.
received an email from the applicant and had a phone call with him, and he didn't seem to have any concerns with it.
so you agreed with it, the conditions. That's what you're telling me.
Exactly.
Thank you, sir.
Councillor Link, any questions for Mr. Eno?
Well, I have comments to make, and I guess this is the time to make them. They're not necessarily for Mr. Eno. When we're coming around to the conditions, I feel it is very important that the applicant must inform buyers that there are no known plans to supply this RR designated area with piped wastewater services. And I think buyers ought to know that the cost of supplying a wastewater pipe down Mollard Road via getting a local improvement project, an LID, would be very onerous for property owners on a street with so few homes. Also, I want to say that I looked at the property information on the Red River Planning District website today. 8 lots on Mollard Road are over 2 acres, and they have homes on them. There are currently 2 lots at the very, very west end that are less than 2 acres, and they have no homes on them. The 2 houses to the east of that property that he wants to subdivide are both 2.5 acres. And then there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 homes to the west, all of them over 2 acres, and all of them have homes established on them. I do not feel these lots at their size could not support septic fields. We know that holding tanks are very much more expensive. This is my comment only. It could be a factor why these lots that are too small to support a septic field are not selling. I don't know that. But I really do not think that these 3 lots do fit into this street. Not only that, this street is notorious for problems with dust, complaints after complaints after complaints. It's in my ward. I know that our people's lawns and houses and furniture just covered with dust. More houses, more complaints, more dust. And also, there's complaints about irregular plowing of the road, and I think that's up to the city of Winnipeg, but I'm not sure. But there's always complaints about that too. The more houses we put on this street, I don't think it's right. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Councillor Kleiber, any comments, questions for Mr. Eno?
Well, Mr. Eno, I went through some stats and found out this is the 3rd time since 2019 that this application has come forward on this property. And I think in January of 2019, it was 2 lots and it was defeated. And then in March 12th, 2020, it was 3 lots and it was defeated. And we're back again. And I guess these people are determined they want the subdivision. And I guess the problem that I have, again, is the one that I always have, is when we're out in an area where there's no water and sewer, that we have to revert to holding tanks, and holding tanks are extremely costly. And I think it's a disservice to the people that are buying them. Sometimes it's in keeping with the surrounding area. We have some areas that there's tons of holding tanks. And so it's in keeping with the area. I don't think this is in keeping with what's happening in that area. And from what Councillor Link says, there are other larger lots surrounding this. So we don't have any aerial or anything like that of what's around that area, do we, Mr. Eno? No. No. Okay. So I think all the reasons that we had before are still applicable now. I don't think anything has changed. It's the same application as it was in December of 2020. And that's their right to certainly reapply. Thank you.
Councillor Bisetti, any comments, questions for Mr. Eno?
No, we've done similar ones with holding tanks. So I'm good. Thank you.
I have no questions. I will read the resolution, and then if there's any further comments for discussion from council. Be it resolved that the Council of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul under section 125(1) of the Planning Act approves subdivision application S21-2928 for the property located at 1141 Mollard Road in order to subdivide a 4.1 acre plus or minus lot into 3 lots measuring 1.36 acres each, subject to the following conditions. 1, applicant owner submits confirmation in writing from the Chief Administrative Officer of the municipality that A, taxes on the land to be subdivided for the current year, plus any arrears have been paid or arrangements satisfactory to council have been made. B, payment of any applicable development levies have been paid. C, a drainage lot grading plan will be prepared by a qualified engineer to the satisfaction of the municipality and to ensure that the proposed properties do not drain into or impede drainage from neighboring properties. D, a development agreement has been entered into to address the following, but not limited to: 1, development fees; 2, servicing; 3, access; and 4, drainage. 2, applicant owner obtains variance approval for undersized lots. 3, applicant owner submits written confirmation to the RRPD from Manitoba Hydro that an easement agreement or agreements have been entered into with Manitoba Hydro with respect to existing and or future facilities associated with the subdivision, and a plan of easement as required by the Real Property Act has been provided. Registration of this agreement will be included as a condition of the final certificate of approval. Contact information provided. 4, applicant owner submits written confirmation to the RRPD from Manitoba Conservation and Climate that the existing septic field has been decommissioned and a new septic system has been installed as per the on-site wastewater management system resolution. MR 83-2003, contact Manitoba Conservation and Climate information as included. 5, applicant owner submits written confirmation to RRPD from the City of Winnipeg that access onto Mollard Road has been granted. Contact City of Winnipeg Regional Planning at the following. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Brussetti, seconded Councillor Pereg. Councillor Link? You're on mute.
Sorry, Madam Mayor. I would like to add another condition that the applicant owner must inform buyers that there are no known plans to supply this designated area with piped wastewater services. I don't know if I have support for adding that or not.
Councillor Brussetti and Councillor Pereg, or go ahead, Mr. Eno.
Sorry to interrupt, Madam Mayor. If council is willing to put that in, I would suggest that you have it as part of your development agreement. That way it's registered on the title and runs with the land.
Councillor Pereg, go ahead.
I agree with the planner there. Add it to the D, put it onto the D. Thanks.
Councillor Brussetti, you had moved. Are you okay with that as going on the DA and not as a separate condition?
On the DA, I'm fine.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kleiber, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Recorded vote, please.
Any further discussion on the matter? Okay, my comments on this are we have just seen similar subdivisions. I believe our last council meeting, we saw a subdivision for 10 properties that were exactly 1.37 or 1.36 acres, exactly the same size. Council raised no questions or concerns regarding holding tanks for that property of 10 residential lots. I see no difference or any concerns regarding this. In terms of not allowing people to subdivide or build on gravel roads, we are a rural municipality, and so if people make the choice to build on a gravel road, they know what they're getting into in terms of the road, and we continue to work with the City of Winnipeg for upgrades to Mollard Road, but it is not our road. And so I have no concern with this. I think it's consistent decision-making if we've approved holding tanks for a development with the exact same size, 1.36 acre lots. I have no concerns with that. Councillor Link, I see your hand up, but we've all had an opportunity to go around and discuss. So I'm not going to go around the table again. We've all had our time to discuss. There is a request for a recorded vote. So I will call for the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. 6.3, we have subdivision in the Meadowlands area, phase 2. And Mr. Eno, I will turn it back over to you to present your report to council.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to share my screen again with you. There we go. So as you noted, this is application S21-2932. It's, I guess, forms part of Prest Avenue, Meadows Drive, Addis Avenue. The applicant's proposing to create 197 new residential lots as part of phase 2 of the Meadowlands development. And just a reminder, even though 197 lots are being created, because the roads are already existing, there is no public hearing for this. So of all those lands, I obviously on the PowerPoint haven't included the details of each individual lot, but the minimum lot sizes as per your zoning bylaw in the RS service residential zone is 4,400 square feet for lot area and 44 feet for lot width, and all of the lots do adhere to those standards. Here's the subject property. We've outlined phase 1 that was previously approved and phase 2, which is this application, outlined in the black hashed mark there. And a photo of the property that's rather hard to determine where exactly you're looking at, but it's looking south from Press Road, the big vacant field, and you can kind of make out if you squint real hard and look. Some of the roadways that have been already started under construction there. Another graphic is showing you the overall concept plan for the entire subdivision and just the phase 2 outlined. And then finally, the applicant's survey plan showing the actual lots that are being proposed there. So this does adhere to the zoning bylaw, the development plan, and the secondary plan. It has been circulated to the to all the government departments. There are no major concerns that have come up. I should note that we did get, similar to the last application, as I noted, we did get comments late in the day, yesterday and today from different agencies. You do have an updated package. We did send that off to the applicants. There was a noted email from the city of Winnipeg that they wanted any traffic impact study that's been prepared by the applicant to be shared with them, just so they can update their records and their data sets, as well as they noted that from their water and waste department that development shall comply with the wastewater servicing agreements, and that there may not be enough treatment capacity to support the full development, at least prior to any upgrades to the city of Winnipeg's facilities. We didn't view that as a concern to be noted as a condition. That's just information from the city of Winnipeg. And that's all obviously part of your servicing agreement with the city there. Being that this has been circulated and that it conforms to the major documents and the criteria for approval, we are recommending that this be approved subject to some conditions. Number 1, that the applicant owner, I just lost my place here. Number 1, the applicant owner submits confirmation in writing from the CEO of the municipality that taxes have been paid and any applicable development levies, that a new servicing agreement as outlined in the existing development agreement that's registered on title be upgraded to address drainage, service infrastructure, lot access, street lighting, landscaping, signage, addressing, cost of works, and revised phasing and access to Press Road, and a digital plan of subdivision be provided to the RM. Number 2, that the applicant owner submits confirmation from the Drainage and Water Rights Licensing Branch of Manitoba Conservation that the applicant has satisfied all requirements from the agency, and that's in the correspondence that's outlined in the email that they've included. Number 3, that the applicant owner submits confirmation from the Archaeological Assessment Service Units, that's the Heritage Resource Branch, that a pre-impact assessment site visit has been conducted as detailed in their correspondence. They want to go out in the springtime when the snow's off the ground to just do an exploratory exercise out there. Number 4, that the applicant owner submits confirmation that they've shared any available traffic impact studies in relation to this development with the city of Winnipeg. And finally, number 5, that the applicant owner submits confirmation that sufficient information has been provided to the Regional Technical Services Branch over at Manitoba Highways related to provincial highway drainage system. That's all I have on this, Madam Mayor. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to try and answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Planner. I'll go around our table here. Councillor Bassetti, any questions for Mr. Eno?
No, thank you.
Councillor Link, any questions for Mr. Eno?
Yes, Mr. Eno, I would like to know your thoughts on the appropriateness of an addition to 1C, in the conditions, access to 568 Prest Avenue, roll 29200. Could we add in there and 544 Prest Avenue, roll 29100?
Through the mayor, obviously, if that's the will of council, for sure, you can add that in. I will note that those conditions came from your administration. You might just want to double check with the administration that makes sense from their perspective.
Okay, there are two businesses there, not just the one. That's why I was concerned. So our administration should make a comment then? Okay.
Mr. CAO or Ms. Elias, if you're wanting to comment on that.
Pam can comment on those, that there's an access.
Ms. Elias.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The initial concern with connecting the second business mentioned would be that there would be potential for industrial traffic going through the residential area.
So there's no concern that this established business should have access. The traffic is going to be inappropriate because it's going to that business?
That business would still have access available from Prest?
From Prest. From Prest and McPhillips.
That's
Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah, the access point from Crest to Main Street, that will no longer be available.
So there will simply be some signs saying that vehicles over a certain weight cannot take North Haven Way? Is that what this means?
What was initially considered would be that the developer would provide access to the westernmost business, which is Paintball Paradise, but not to the business closer to the east, because that business is more industrial and would have heavier vehicles coming and going potentially, and not wanting to direct those through a residential area.
Okay, so signage will take care of the problem and the access will be provided on Prest.
Correct. If council wish to have access to that second business, we can add that as part of the condition and make requirements for signage potentially.
I think we should put in requirements for signage then as well. If that's what people want to happen. This came up on January 6th, I recall. And there was controversy over existing businesses. I remember Councillor Kleiber brought it up. That they ought to continue to be able to operate in our municipality.
Thank you, Councillor Link. Mr. CAO.
The only thing that's happened here is the access over the railway tracks to Main Street has been taken out, and they still have access down Prest to McPhillips Avenue, and the paintball will have access through the development. So the only difference at this time is the access to Main Street has been taken out because there's no access across the tracks anymore.
Yes, and the province is going to close down the access from the perimeter. Right in, right out gets closed. That's on their plans.
Yep, so just to clarify, Councillor Link, just so people aren't watching and thinking this business is not have access, they have access, even with the province closing the access off the perimeter for safety, which is a provincial responsibility. An industrial business customers will drive down Prest, not through the residential area, and still have full access to their business.
Well, I applaud developers for putting in the access at least for 568 Prest.
Councillor Kleiber, any questions for Mr. Eno?
Mr. Eno, I'm looking at page 15 of the application. Just wondering where Paintball Paradise would be getting access.
I can answer that, Mr. Eno, if you want.
Thank you.
Yes, for access, that would be addressed through, for infrastructure drawings that would be submitted and added as part of the development agreement.
Right, I'm just looking at the picture of the drawing of the roads. Can you show me on that picture where Paintball Paradise would access the development?
It would be off of North Haven Way, which is contained within the first phase.
Mr. Eno?
If it's helpful, I have a graphic here that I could put on the
Yeah,
screen.
that's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Absolutely, Councillor Clapper. Share screen. There, can you see the drawing?
Yep.
Can you see my cursor?
Yes.
So the paintball business is right over here.
Right.
And then there's a parcel of land here that's going to form part of the park system. So I think what Pam is talking about is probably coming through in this area over here.
And who's going to put that road in for them to have access to North Haven Way? Is the developer going to be doing that?
That's what's being proposed as condition number 1 here. Yes.
And I can just add that where Mr. Eno had his cursor, we have been provided a couple of potential concept plans of where a road could be located, and it was exactly where Mr. Eno had his cursor.
Okay. And is Prest Avenue a municipal road? Or is it a provincial road?
It's municipal.
Okay, so the only person accessing Press Road then would be Canotech. Is that correct?
Anyone could access it.
Oh, the only business there, or the only,
Well, the paintball will be able to access Press too. So Preston McPhillips, we're noting that, I mean, we always done snow clearing on Press, so that would continue. We would, look at where it comes in our system. Before we would get on McPhillips, we would go down Prest all the way to Main Street. So we'll still be coming on McPhillips and going down to the tracks. So nothing has changed that way. And the plans, there's always been access involved for the paintball paradise down, I think it was Night Haven or New Haven. That has always been on the book, so that's nothing new. Pam put the condition in to ensure that it took place.
so the reason I'm asking this question is because this is a general contractor and they'll have some maybe heavier equipment, or they'll have trucks or whatever. So they have been accessing the perimeter straight out. It's been very convenient for them and very quick for them. But we don't know the damage or the weight restrictions that could happen or what could happen to Prest Avenue if that's now closed off and their only exit is onto Prest Avenue. So as a municipality, we're prepared to repair that road. Are we prepared to give them access during weight restrictions? Because if everything's being closed off, we kind of are obligated to do that because we're closing everything off on them. We're closing off the Main Street access. We're not allowing them through the development. We're closing the perimeter. So the only option they have is to go down Prest Avenue. So we have to allow something for them there.
Mr. CEO?
Yeah, I need to correct you. We are not closing the perimeter. The perimeter all around Winnipeg is being closed by the province of Manitoba. The south perimeter has already been done. There's been a big study that's gone on. I don't know if you're aware, but there's been closures in the Pipeline Road area that the perimeter's actually been closed there. So this is not the RM that's closing the perimeter. This is the province. The province was always closing the perimeter. This has nothing to do with us. People have been on notice for a long time that the perimeter will be closing. So this really, the impact on Prest Road would have been the same either way. And I'm sure that they access Prest Road now. I don't think full road restrictions are on Prest Road. I'd have to check. So we always had to be prepared for Prest Road and what we needed to do on it. It's a municipal road, so we're prepared, and it's really a heavy duty road. It's a non-asphalt road that's been accessed before in this route.
Well, let's just say that was semantics. I didn't mean that we closed the perimeter. I'm obviously very aware that the province is closing the accesses on the perimeter.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people watching, so I don't want them to think, just like we said, the trails is 300 homes when it's 188, or, we're telling people we're closing the perimeter. We're not closing the perimeter. It's definitely not us. So I don't want people going away from their computer to watch Knots Landing tonight and think, boy, I can't believe that this council is closing the perimeter, because that's not happening.
I don't know why the trails is being brought into this, but okay, we're not talking about the trails right now. We're talking about Prest Avenue.
Well, I just want to point out, when we give information and people are watching, that we have to try and be accurate. Because you mentioned earlier tonight, there's 300 homes in the trails. I mean, that's almost 100% more homes that are there. And then people listen to you, Councillor Kleiber, you're a councillor, and they're going to take what you say as verbatim. So we have to be careful of what we're telling people.
Well, thank you for your correction, Mr. CAO. However, let's get back to Prest Avenue. And Prest Avenue was closed by us on Main Street, correct? Is that correct? Because we allowed a development in there. We allowed a commercial development. And so in order to allow the commercial development to take place and to have access over the railroad tracks, we closed off the access over the railroad tracks to Main Street for Canotech. Is that correct?
We've closed Prest to allow for a railway crossing into the new retail area and in the new Meadowlands. And when you close, or when you open a railway crossing, you close another. So we've known that since 2011 that this was taking place. So it's been taking place for over 10 years now, and we haven't heard any concerns in that period.
Okay, I raised concerns in the January 6th meeting, but that's okay. So we're closing the access to Canotech for Main Street. The province is closing access on the perimeter, so their only outlet is onto Prest Avenue. And so our responsibility then as a municipality is we cannot limit them as to what they're doing on there because all the accesses have been closed for them. So either that or we're pushing them out of our community. And I don't want to see them being pushed out of the community. So they should have full access year round on Prest Avenue. It needs to be there needs to be dust control on there. There needs to be proper snow clearance for them, just like any other area. So that's my concern with that. And I'm glad that we're having some kind of access for North Haven Way for Paintball Paradise, because they are a retail type of business. And I think they can service that community and the rest of our community quite well. So I'm pleased with that. I'm going to ask for a recorded vote tonight on this as well. Again, I am not in favor of high density and 44-foot lots. I think that West St. Paul has always been urban rural, but I don't believe that urban constitutes a 44-foot lot. That's just my opinion. I know that councillors don't agree with me, but that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. I haven't read the resolution yet. We were just asking questions of Mr. Eno, but thank you. Councillor Bisetti, any questions for Mr. Eno? Just one question, sort of comment, maybe for Miss Elias. In terms of the new entrance that would be provided then for Paintball Paradise, the business there going through the residential development, is there some concern and some way to work with the business so this doesn't become a brand new access for the whole development? So while the access is open on the perimeter highway, what a wonderful shortcut it would be to just turn off of the perimeter highway, cut through Paintball Paradise and get straight into your residential home without having to go through all the lights and flow through the normal residential traffic. So I'm just wondering if there's going to be something in place that this business owner doesn't have, hardship isn't used as an access way because they're going to have two access points.
That could be something that we discuss with our engineers.
Thank you, Ms. Elias. I appreciate that. I don't want to see people use this business as a shortcut into the development, and a lot of engineering and time's been spent on these heavy traffic connector roads. So I agree. We've all had an opportunity to go around. Councillor Kleiber, you'll have an opportunity to speak again once I read the resolution. Mr. Eno, I guess one question for you regarding the comments from Manitoba Sport, Culture and Heritage, kind of my same comment as last time. You had mentioned archaeological digs near the river, but not a distance from the river. Do you think this is an applicable condition given the distance away that this is from the river? And I'm also wondering, given the hardship it would create. I read their comments, pre-impact assessment, conducted when there is no snow cover to obscure a visual assessment of the ground. And this is pending, what is their words here for this? Allowing for shovel testing if required for heritage objects that may be subsurface, pending restrictive COVID-19 measures. The AASU would like to conduct a pre-impact assessment in late April, early May, while the ground is visible. It's important to note pre-impact is only a preliminary field examination. And then they go on to say a professional archaeologist would need to be retained to conduct a full heritage impact assessment. At some point, this becomes really restrictive to a business that's put in like, what, $20 million worth of infrastructure, has held 3 open houses, has come to council multiple times, and it's nowhere near the river. I'm just wondering about your thoughts on actually including this as a condition.
Yes, thank you. That is it's a bit of a quagmire, right? None of us are archaeologists or have any that in-depth information. I know it's not right next to the river, but I don't know where the line of demarcation would exactly go. They have already subdivision approval for the road and lot block plan, and this was all part of it before. On something like this, it's hard to say. I think what I would recommend to council is maybe to leave it in, just so that you're sort of covered off in respecting the provincial department. But definitely something that, if approved by the board, that the applicant can always challenge and appeal to the municipal board and put the onus on HRB to really justify that it's exactly needed. I mean, that's an approach that you could always, you could leave it up. Taking a condition out from a provincial agency, they can always, as you know, having sat on the board, sitting on the board right now, the province can always challenge us and have us justify why it was taken out. I think I'd rather recommend that have the applicant challenge the province as to why it's in, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I appreciate the clarification. I think they don't have an understanding, and I agree, and I respect your recommendation. I think they don't have an understanding of what's gone on the site. And so there's been $20 million of infrastructure laid in there. The site's been thoroughly dug up for roads and water lines and wastewater lines, and they'd like to, quote, bring out their shovel and do some testing with a shovel. So this site's been hacked up real good for all of the infrastructure that's put in place, and they'd like their archaeologists to show up with a shovel and do a little bit of scooping subsurface. So I think we'll reach out probably to Manitoba Sport, Culture and Heritage and just have a conversation there. But thank you for your recommendation.
Madam Mayor, if I may? Absolutely. I think probably the scope of the work that's already undertaken and that's been approved in the past is probably not well appreciated by whoever is over there. The RPD has reached out to HRB about having a education session for all of our councils. They have indicated that they've been more than happy to do that. It's just been with the COVID restrictions and trying to bring everyone together. So we're hoping we can do that in the near future.
That would be great. Thank you.
They're probably working at home right now.
We've gone around the table once. I'll read the resolution, and then when there's further discussion, we can discuss. Be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of West St. Paul under section 125(1) of the Planning Act approves subdivision application S212932 for lands generally located south of Prest Avenue, west of Phase 1 of Meadowlands Development, and north of Addis Avenue to subdivide approximately 27 acres into 197 single-family residential lots as Phase 2 of the Meadowlands residential development. Residential lots will range from between 4,440 square feet and 11,837 square feet in size. This approval is subject to the following conditions. 1, applicant owner submits confirmation in writing from the Chief Administrative Officer of the municipality that A, taxes on the land to be subdivided for the current year, plus any arrears have been paid or arrangements satisfactory to council have been made. B, payment of any applicable development levies have been paid. C, a new servicing agreement as outlined in the existing development agreement registered on title to address drainage, servicing, infrastructure, lot access, street lighting, landscaping, Canada Post location, signage, addressing, cost of works, revised phasing and access to 568 Prest Avenue, roll number 29200 from North Haven Way, and D, a digital plan of subdivision be provided to the RM of West St. Paul. 2, applicant owner submits confirmation from the Drainage and Water Rights Licensing Branch of Manitoba Conservation and Climate that the applicant has satisfied all requirements from that agency as detailed in their correspondence from November 10th, 2021. These include, if required, approval of an engineered drainage plan, approval of hydraulic design calculations, and obtaining a water rights license. For more information, contact information is listed. 3, applicant owner submits confirmation from an Archaeological Assessment Service Unit, AASU, that a pre-impact assessment site visit and a heritage resource impact assessment, if required, has been conducted as detailed in correspondence from that agency dated November 19th, 2021. 4, applicant owner submits confirmation that they have shared any available traffic impact studies in relation to this development with the City of Winnipeg, if applicable. And 5, applicant owner submits confirmation that sufficient information has been provided to the Regional Technical Services Engineer, name and email listed, to allow him to determine if drainage from this site may adversely affect the provincial highway drainage system. If necessary, the regional office may request the applicant submit a detailed drainage plan prepared by qualified experts. Please note the cost of this study and any revisions to the highway drainage system directly associated with this proposed development will be the responsibility of the developer. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Prague, seconded by Councillor Bassetti. I'll go around the table for discussion. Councillor Kleiber, go ahead.
Yeah, you made a comment that you don't want people cutting through Paintball Paradise because they would come off the perimeter, but we just finished discussing that Manitoba Infrastructure is going to be closing the perimeter, so there won't be two accesses that people are going to cut through. They're going to be coming probably right through Norham or on, they're going to access on Press Avenue. So I don't know how they're going to cut through there. And the other thing is with the Manitoba Sport and Heritage, I think we have to be respectful of culture. We have to be respectful of, you know, we just put a big mural up about our historic roots. And so we have to be respectful of the historic significance of these lands. And if they want to do a shovel test, I say have at it. Do a shovel test and see if there's something that comes up and if there's something of significance in this area. I have no objections to that. And I think that's a good thing to do for the historical preservation of the land. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kleiber. Councillor Bersetti, any further comments on this application?
No further comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Craig, any further comments?
No more comments. Thank you.
Councillor Link, any further comments?
I'm looking at page 2 of the letter of intent, Lombard North Group. Page 2, number 3 sounds very good. Lots along Addis are intentionally designed to be wider, 61 to 62 feet, so that they are consistent in size with the size of Addis lots in phase 1. Well, yeah, in phase 1 of the development. It certainly sounds good, but when I look at the supportive mapping provided by the planner, and I look at phase 1 from Polly to the new entrance to the development, the new road, I see 4 existing lots on the south side of Avenue. That's the lots that were always there for years and years. And on the north side of Addis, the new development, I see the new lots. There are 8 of them. So there's twice as many. And that pattern continues into phase 2, facing the Addis lots that are already there. It seems like there are 2 lots in width across from existing lots, and that is considered comparable. I'm very disappointed, that's all I can say, that a developer believes that those lots across from one another are comparable in size. Then I look at page 4, and I see a really good intention on the part of the developers. They want to secure a right-of-way east to west collector from Main at River Glen with McPhillips at the proposed signalized intersection at Eames to relieve use of Rossmore and Addis, but mostly it would be Rossmore, as a through street. I surely hope that this good intention is realized, so that indeed Rossmore is relieved of the traffic that's using it as an east-west connector. So there's a lot of pluses and minuses in this development as far as I can see. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Link. A lot of good discussion, a lot of good comments. In terms of the access onto the highway comments, the province hasn't been really forthcoming in terms of what access will be closed and what won't. So for the time being, that will be open, and I have no idea when that one will be closed. And we certainly had many meetings with Manitoba Infrastructure. I'm all supportive of archaeological digs and preserving culture and heritage. What's concerning is the approach being taken. So if Manitoba Sport, Culture and Heritage would like to preserve items, They should probably get at that before the entire site is ripped up for roads, infrastructure, water lines, Manitoba Hydro. So if they want to come out to the site and bring their shovel, pretty much anything that would be there that has Indigenous connections or a value in terms of our heritage. Anybody that's driven around there, and I've taken some frequent drives through there to keep up with how they're moving along on bringing in those roads and putting the infrastructure in. That area has been dug up very well, turned over a million times by heavy duty equipment, dug out for a pond, and ripped up. So if there is an intent by the province to preserve culture and heritage, after the fact, when all of the infrastructure is in, is not the time. So I'm still thinking there needs to be some good conversations, and I'm happy to hear that Mr. Eno keeps working on having that kind of conversation with the municipalities. One of the things I looked at in looking at this application was the extensive amount of public engagement that was done on this. And so I wanted to look back and see 2017, 3 public open houses were held. And are these developers doing what they told residents they were going to do? And so in the look back on that, and if anybody's wanting to look on the Riverdale West website, which is a website they created when they named this Riverdale West before they settled on a final name of Meadowlands, their plan has not altered or faltered or changed since 2017. So I'm quite pleased that residents are fully informed and that this phase 2 and what was designed there is exactly what is still up on the website that was shown to residents after those 3 open houses. So they came to residents on Addis, Rossmore, and the whole community, and they had a blank slate and said, what should this development look like? People put sticky notes all over the place, and then they came back and said, what do you think about this? And they made some changes. So I'm concerned that we have a 197 lot subdivision that the public can't comment on at this stage because the roads have already gone in. And unfortunately, that's because of provincial legislation, not us. But I am assured that because there is so much public consultation that took place in coming up with this plan, that all of those issues and concerns were brought forward in the public open houses at West St. Paul School, and that everybody had so much opportunity to comment on that. And I've spoken to many of those residents at that time and after, as a counselor and as mayor before this application was opened. So that's my thoughts on that. This is not a surprise. This is decades in the making in terms of residential for this area, commercial beside. And so I know residents have had significant impact on it. But I will say I'm not pleased with the provincial changes of no public open houses, public hearings for subdivisions, because this is a situation it puts us in when the subdivision is quite large. Those are my comments. And so I've had a request for a recorded vote. And so I will ask for the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Mr. Eno, thank you for joining us this evening to help us guide us through all of these planning matters. They can be quite complex at times, and we appreciate you providing your expertise and professionalism to this process. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Have a lovely evening.
You too. I think we're going to take a 15-minute break. Everybody can get a drink and have a little break, and we will be back here in 15 minutes. Thank you. back, everyone. We'll continue with our regular planning meeting. We are at item 7 on our agenda. 7.1, regular meeting of November 25th. I'll read the resolution for confirmation of the minutes. Be it resolved that the minutes of the regular meeting of council held on November 25th, 2021 be approved. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Brussetti, seconded Councillor Prague. Any discussion on those minutes? Councillor Link, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The latest posted minutes on the RM website are for October 14th regular planning meeting. At the November 25th meeting, several sets of minutes were approved and 2 sets of minutes were approved with amendments, October 25th and November 15th. None of the meetings are posted on the website, so I cannot see the amended minutes. So I'd like to confirm what's been done. Also, item 9.1 on this minutes, resolution 2021-549, the second reading of the Code of Conduct, bylaw 2021-13 should, I think, read at the end. I think we need to add as amended because there were a couple of amendments made to my recollection. And of course, that doesn't have to happen on the third reading. But for the second reading, should it not read as amended?
Thank you, Councillor Link. I don't believe we amended it at the second reading. Otherwise, we would not have been able to give it third reading. The amended documents would have had to have been circulated to council before we went to third reading. So we made no amendments to the document after the amendments made between the first and second reading. But I can ask our MLO to confirm, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just need a moment to review my notes. I apologize. I don't see in my notes that we amended from the posted copy. I don't have the bylaw folder in front of me. I can't verify that.
Councillor Link. You're still on mute.
Sorry, apologize. At the first reading, there were amendments made at the first reading, correct? And then we see those amendments at the second reading. And then you're saying there were no more amendments made.
I'm saying I don't have the bylaw file in front of me. I can't verify that right now.
All right, well, it's okay.
Yeah.
Because
Had this question been raised prior to the meeting, I could have had time to look and have an answer for council.
well, I still have a problem verifying other changes in other meetings, so because of no postings there. So it's okay. Thank you.
Councillor Kleiber.
Through the chair to the MLO, has the November 15th meeting been, the minutes been adjusted to for the 2-2 vote? Because when I look back, it's not adjusted.
Mr. CEO, go ahead.
I don't believe we're talking about those minutes right now, Councillor Kleiber and Madam Mayor. I think we've got the minutes that we're dealing with.
Yes, we are talking about those minutes because in this minutes, it shows that we accepted it as amended. So I'm asking if they have been amended because they're not showing up on AllNet as amended. And that's part of approving these minutes.
That would be a separate topic, Councillor Kleiber. So do you agree with the minutes or not that the November 15th minutes were amended?
How can I agree when I can't see them amended?
So these are saying that they were amended.
But they're
we're
not
looking to have
amended.
a resolution to approve these minutes.
Okay, but you haven't shown me that they're amended.
Well, we've already approved the minutes at our previous, so we're not talking about the November 15th minutes. We've already approved those.
These minutes confirm that we approved the minutes during this meeting. And
Yep.
right, but we don't have those minutes as amended. So in order for me to approve this, I would have to see that those minutes that we approved at this meeting were actually amended. It's pretty simple.
Yeah.
Can we see the minutes amended or not?
So
Alright.
the only way you're
fine.
going to approve these minutes is if you see everything contained within them? So you agree that on this day, we approve the minutes as amended for November 15th. So you agree that that was a decision made of council. The minutes are approving the decisions that we made. So if there's an issue with the minutes that are online, then you would send an email to the MLO and raise those issues. Are these the decisions that council made?
And I did send an email.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's not
I'm
on
still
the
waiting
agenda
a
for
response.
discussion
I didn't
for
get a
tonight, though.
response. I didn't get a response that those minutes were changed as
People
amended.
are very busy, so now you're bringing it onto an agenda when it's not on the agenda for the meeting for this evening.
Well, the minutes are on the agenda and we're talking about the minutes of that meeting. How can
We're
they
not
be on
approving the minutes of
agenda?
that meeting. We're actually approving the minutes of November 25th.
Well, I can't approve them then because you haven't demonstrated to me that you amended those minutes. Even when
I
I
don't
sent the
amend them.
email. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll take a bit of a recess and we'll let Ms. Shaw look at the information for Councillor Link in terms of whether or not we could proceed to a third reading without that, because there's always this controversy about the minutes. So we'll take a little break. Councillor Bussetti, go ahead.
As I'm looking at my notes, then myself and Councillor Prague were the mover and the seconder on the second and third reading. There was no changes that we accepted in the second and third reading. So I'm
Okay.
just clarifying from my notes, and we were the mover and the seconder. So if there was any changes, we would have to accept it.
Thank you, Councillor Bussetti.
Thank you. So again, we're looking at the minutes of November 25th. If Councillor Link, are you acceptable with the response provided by Councillor Bussetti, or you'd like to recess and allow Ms. Shaw to go back through her files?
No, I'm okay with that. I'm all right with that. But again, I like to verify, sorry, difference of opinion. I like to verify that what's been amended has been amended, and I look at what's posted in order to do that. And I can't do it. So
Just to
it's
clarify
okay.
the decisions that council's
We have
being asked to
recorded
make.
vote, and I will just abstain for lack of information. Thank you.
Council's not being asked tonight to vote on the authenticity of the minutes of November 15th. We're being asked to vote on whether these minutes are accurate of what took place at this meeting. So that's not a resolution that you have before you right now, Councillor Link and Councillor Kleiber, in terms of November 15th.
We're being asked to approve minutes that state that the minutes of November 15th were amended. And we cannot verify that November 15th was amended. We want to ensure that those meeting minutes were amended and we can't find any amendment.
What you're being asked to verify is this the way that council voted? Did we vote this way to amend those minutes that day? You're not being asked to verify whether those minutes are amended. Was that the vote of council that day? And so we're combining things into votes that are not part of the vote and is not what we're voting on today. Is this the way that council voted? So do you agree that council requested that the minutes be amended? That's what happened. Did this happen at the meeting?
I can't confirm that they were amended.
That's not what you're being asked to vote on.
Okay, Madam Mayor, we have a mover and a seconder. Can we have a point of order and go to the vote?
I can't hear.
We're agreeing on minutes, but we're not agreeing on minutes. All we're saying is that we asked for it to be amended in that meeting. That's all we're asking, and we said it. So we have a mover and a seconder.
Recorded vote, please.
Request for recorded vote from Councillor Link and the point of order to move to the vote from Councillor Brussetti. I will call for the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? And Councillor Link abstains. And that is carried.
And Councillor Kleiber, I didn't see how she voted.
I voted against.
Okay, thank you.
It will be in the next minutes.
Right, because they're recorded.
Item 10, 10.1 is our accounts. Be it resolved that the vouchers 4241 to 42089 as listed and totaling $516,539.45 and October Visa payment totaling $12,427.19 be approved as presented. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Brussetti, seconded Councillor Perag. Any
Recorded vote,
discussion on
please.
the accounts?
Recorded vote.
Request for a recorded vote. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed?
I abstain.
I abstain.
And that is carried. Item 13, CAO report. I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of West St. Paul accept the CAO report as information. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Perag, seconded Councillor Brussetti. We have the CAO November report. Any questions regarding the CAO November report? Seeing and hearing none. We have the Council November report. Any questions regarding the Council November report? Councillor Brussetti?
Is this part of our job, putting this report in? Because we Councillor Kleiber, we have many meetings where you're not, yeah, nice smirk, but many meetings where you're not putting your reports in. Is this part of our job? I would just like some clarification on that through the chair to the CAO or the MLO, just as our responsibilities.
Thank you, Councillor Brussetti. To our MLO, what are our responsibilities on council through the Municipal Act?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
The MLO might need a bit of a time for that, Mayor. That one kind of would catch her off guard.
Yeah.
I could comment that this is something that we have been doing for 11 years since I've been here. So I would think it's standard procedure, just like, coming to events, things like that. So there's things that are expected of council, but it's up to each and every council member if they want to live up to their expectations as a elected official. That would be my answer for that.
Thank you. That's all I needed. Was just curious. Just wanted to hear an answer. That's all. Thank you.
Councillor Kleiber?
I put in a report in for every month. Now, last month when I put a report in, I was raked over the coals for my report. So I didn't put a report in this month. I'll put one in next month for 2 months. Thank you for bringing that to my attention Mr. Bichetti, Councillor Bichetti. Thank you so much.
Councillor Link.
Well, back in the spring, I remember there were numerous holes in a few reports to council from others. I'm not going to name names. It happens. And usually people put them in the following month, but not always. I've seen it happen very differently over the course of time.
Thank you, Councillor Link. Just in response to the comments of raked over the coals, I think people asking questions is not raking over the coals, and we submit reports, and I'm certainly asked questions all the time on lots of items, and that's our job. I have no questions regarding the council reports. Animal Control November report, any questions, concerns on that? Not a lot of issues there. I have a mover and a seconder to accept the reports. If there's no further questions, then I will call for the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Link, are you voting on this one, or did I miss your vote?
My fault. I did not put my hand. I'm in favor of accepting these reports.
Thank you. Thank you. A lot going on, and I'm looking at a bunch of different screens, and we're on Zoom meetings. So as much as I can, I try to remind council members to vote. But please just keep up with what's going on if you can to make sure you don't miss the opportunity to vote.
Thank you for asking and clarifying. I much appreciate that.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to comment on that because it might be a good time to comment because there was 2 times that people didn't vote today. So I just want to let council know this is probably a good time to know that we're going to be bringing another person in the evenings for council meetings, because I know that you are working, you have to work 2 screens because of the Zoom. You have to participate in the meeting for your own sake. Lainey's job's gotten different too with these meetings with Zoom and that. So she can't always be monitoring. She's writing notes. She's doing other things when we're voting. So she can't always, watch to see the exact vote. We now, with council being very diligent in going through the minutes, we have to go back and review the minutes all the time. So we spent a large amount of time going back through minutes and that. So we're probably going to have a junior staff in, along with Lainey. So it's going to be an increased cost to help us out here and keeping up with when people don't vote.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. We've got the council reports. Item 14.1, miscellaneous correspondence for the month of November. Be it resolved that the council of the municipality of West St. Paul accept the miscellaneous correspondence for the month of November as information. Can I get a mover, please? Councillor Bichetti, seconded. Councillor Prague. Any discussion on the correspondence? Councillor Bichetti, go ahead.
I don't think we voted on the reports. Did we? We got a mover and a seconder, but did we vote?
We did, because I was asking Councillor Link what her vote was, and we had an issue there.
Sorry, it went on. Okay.
I got a mover and a seconder on this one. Any questions, concerns regarding the miscellaneous correspondence? Councillor Link, go ahead.
Through the mayor to the CAO, I'm looking at the multi-material stewardship invoice, and I don't know, I'm sorry, I do not know what EFT funds. EFT, I don't know what that stands for. That's my first question.
I'd have to look at it. I don't know offhand what EFT stands for.
Okay.
Stands for Electronic Funds Transfer.
Ah, okay, thank you. And I just out of curiosity, I would like to know the school that the lovely student who actually thanked us for the scholarship. Which school was the lady from? Scholarship, thank you on the list. RM of West St. Paul resident, scholarship, thank you. Which school did Caitlin attend? But it's okay. I don't need an answer then. If it's not available, it's not available. Thank you.
I don't know what school Caitlin went to.
Okay. Thanks. No more questions.
Any further questions regarding the miscellaneous correspondence? Hearing and seeing, oh, go ahead, Councillor Kleiber.
Oh, I guess 14.2 is a separate thing. Sorry, I was going to comment on 14.2. No other questions on miscellaneous correspondence.
Go ahead on 14.2.
I was glad to see that
Madam Mayor, I apologize.
we have to
if the-
vote on 14.1, right?
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. I have a mover and a seconder. I'll call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. And the miscellaneous correspondence is accepted as information. Go ahead, Councillor Kleiber on 14.2.
I'm actually glad to see this amendment because I think that it gives people time to connect and it gives them time to put the money together for that connection. I guess the downside of that is if you wait 10 years, prices can go up substantially. And the one thing that I noted on here was the vast difference in what they quoted for pricing. So on the one hand, they said anywhere from connecting to a municipal system can range anywhere from $9,000 to $80,000. I was shocked by that. And I guess that's depending on the distance of your dwelling from the municipal pipe. But sure doesn't give us a lot of guidance as far as what people can expect. So that was concerning to me.
Councillor Link, go ahead.
I think for some of the people in the most current LIDs, this will be a relief because I know of at least 3 residents who are thinking that this would so strap them that they would have to move. So they may be able to enjoy a few more of their senior years in the community because they're not going to be responsible for hooking up. However, I think the community should be notified. An email blast is nice, but I don't think it's sufficient because individuals are not all receiving email blasts. They do not all have computers and use them on a daily basis. I'm hoping that maybe we could get them put on notices, maybe put onto the mailboxes as well. Or even letters out to people who are not yet, who are in the LIDs, but who are not yet paying their utility bills for the water. I don't know what is funny. And I don't know if anybody else agrees with me that it's necessary to let the people in our community know.
I apologize, Councillor Link. I was smiling because the CAO was asking me to stop because he thought Councillor Brussetti was frozen. But Councillor Brussetti is not frozen. We saw him move. So I'm not laughing at you. I wanted to stop the meeting if Councillor Brussetti was frozen and not part of it. So I'm not laughing at you.
This is Zoom meetings and it's hard on everybody, isn't it?
It is. I'm just trying to make sure everybody is not kicked out by technology or anything and make sure everybody can hear. But your points are well taken.
So will there be some notification to the community?
He didn't move for about a minute, Councillor Link, so I said it, Councillor Booth said he's frozen.
In terms of whether or not people will be notified, I think staff can talk about that and we can talk about what that looks like moving forward. I think that's a good point.
All right, thank you. I'd like to know when a decision is made, if that is possible.
Any other comments? My only comment on this would be just to reassure residents that non-compliant will still be having to hook up immediately. So I think that there's been issues where council has heard where things are getting pumped into ditches, and that doesn't mean that people who are doing that and have systems that are failing get some kind of extension. If there is leakage into ditches and risk of contaminating our aquifer, there is no 10 years. You'll be told to hook up immediately. But it is a huge financial cost, and we've tried to communicate exceptionally well. We've had requests from residents in areas like Jackman to say we would like sewer, and our Director of Infrastructure and our CAO have done an amazing job bringing to council and answering phone calls from residents to say, you know, do you realize that would be over 100,000? So it's very hard, depending on where people live. If you're in an existing area with lines already in the ground and the system was upgraded, you know, those people, it was under 5,000. If you don't have any lines in the ground and you're in a truly rural area of our community, the cost of lines would be significant and something many people could not afford, even with grants. So very challenging. Councillor Kleiber, go ahead.
Sorry, I had a coughing spell there, so if I sound funny. Now that we're approving so many lots with holding tanks, and we've had problems with people dumping sewage from holding tanks as well into the ditches, is there any update from sustainability, or is there any update from council as to what we can do about those situations? Because we're approving more and more. And people are doing it. They're dumping sewage in their raw sewage in the ditch. So what steps are being taken? What conversations are being had in regards to that?
Well, that's certainly something that we've been raising with our MLA about how conservation hasn't been coming out when we make phone calls. In terms of what existing developments that have been approved, I don't know if you have a suggestion, Councillor Link. We just approved 10 lot subdivision on, or Councillor Kleiber, I apologize, on Toshek. Do we have greater enforcement? Do we have somebody stand out there and watch in this new development, as well as the development that we just approved tonight? You know, there's so many people in our community that are complying, that do have holding tanks. And for the ones that aren't, when the phone calls are made and there's enforcement, the province should be enforcing it.
Well, I don't have to stand there and watch it. I get phone calls and I get emails. So the point of fact is that we have to have some kind of procedure going forward. We have to do something about it. Otherwise, we're just complicit in it. But I guess there's no answer to it right now. What is what you're saying?
Well, I'm not sure that I agree with that comment in terms of we have to do something about it. So I don't like people speeding, and we advise the RCMP of it. But as mayor, I can't hand out tickets. So we do what we can to work with the governing bodies in these areas. And so when you say we're complicit to it, we have been informing the province of the issue, and it's a conservation issue. And we're having issues getting through to them to come out and deal with it. When you say we're complicit in it and we need to deal with it, it is not a municipal issue. Legally, we cannot deal with it. We do not have the jurisdiction. And so we have this conversation with residents, and it creates a lot of confusion because it's a mixed message to share. It's like saying the access points on the highway, what are we going to do about it? It's a provincial highway, it's provincial jurisdiction. So we develop partnerships, we work with the province, we raise those issues. But when you say, what are we going to do about it? It's not our jurisdiction. We are legally not able to do anything about it. We have a council that we've been approving those lots. We have holding tanks everywhere. And we raise this with the province. So
I realize that we can't do anything about it. What I'm asking is, what conversations are we having with sustainability to do something about it? Are we having any conversations with them?
Well, Councillor Kleiber, I submit my miscellaneous meetings to council every month, and you go through all of those in great detail, and you can see that I've met with the MLA numerous times, that I meet with the Minister of Infrastructure numerous times, and I have lots of discussions with the provincial government, with municipal relations. Ultimately, it's not our jurisdiction. So when you ask about the meetings that I've been having, these are the kind of issues that I'm trying to deal with on behalf of West St. Paul.
This comes under sustainability, not under Manitoba infrastructures. It doesn't come under those designations. It has its own designation. So are we making some phone calls to sustainability and asking those questions?
It actually falls under Manitoba Conservation, and we're working with our MLA to be respectful and follow the proper process and the chain of command, if you will. And our staff are working with their contacts in different departments. And so, yes, of course, those conversations have been had. We've discussed this many times at council meetings. And again, you can see my list of meetings that we attend. So of course, these conversations are taking place, and I'm not sure if you were able to attend AMM, but this was a conversation that took place at AMM. And issues that are taking place about our relationship with the provincial government.
Of course, I attended AMM. Okay, thank you for your explanation.
Councillor Link?
I'm so glad, Madam Mayor, that you made the comment about Mollard Road in comparison to the 10-lot subdivision. I would like you to consider the fact that Mollard Road is an isolated area. There's no other residential areas around, whereas the 10-lot subdivision that we just approved and you referred to, there's many areas, streets that have already holding tanks, and that 10-lot is quite compatible with Magalis, with Rimmer, with Bridgman Bay, with lots that will be on Hurdy Place, Fife, and so on and so forth. Those areas have holding tanks, and they're very nearby the 10-lot subdivision. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Councillor Link. I'm not sure, I didn't take into my criteria that a holding tank had to be right beside another holding tank. But you mentioned that nobody lives on Mollard. Isn't that in your ward? There's quite a few people that live on Mollard Road. I represent them. I think you do too. And so there are quite a few residents who live on Mollard.
There's about 10 houses on Mollard.
Not an unpopulated area by any means.
Adjacent to any other residential subdivision. Thank you.
I'm not sure and couldn't confirm whether or not there is not a single existing holding tank on that road. I can't confirm if the Godara on that road has a holding tank or septic field, so I think it would be misinformation to say that there's no holding tanks on that road. I don't know. But I know there are houses and
not adjacent to other residential areas that have holding tanks.
it is a residential area on Mollard Road, and the 3 lots we approved are adjacent to a residential area. So thank you for confirming. Any other comments regarding wastewater in West St. Paul? Okay. That is for information. We are at 15, general business, miscellaneous meeting dates. I will read the resolution. Be it resolved that the Council of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul authorize attendance at the following meetings as listed. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Brussetti, seconded by Councillor Prague. Any discussion? Go ahead, Councillor Link. Councillor Kleiber, sorry.
I guess we're interchangeable because you keep calling me Councillor Link. Couple questions. Development update meeting. Is that in regards to the development plan, or what was that in regards to? That's your indemnity.
I'll let you ask your questions, Councillor Kleiber, and I'll respond.
Trail system meeting, November 9th. Who was that with and what was it in regards to? Agenda review meeting, was that with the CAO and the MLO on November 12th? And November 22nd, legal meeting with MLO and CAO. What was that for?
Any other questions on the miscellaneous meetings, Councillor Kleiber?
I just asked them. Thank
Okay.
you.
The November 22nd meeting is a legal meeting. I can't discuss that. That's a legal matter. The agenda review meeting is just that, a review of the agenda. That's my job as per our procedural bylaw. And so that was an agenda review meeting.
Yeah, but who did you have it
Other
with?
meeting
That's
was
what
a
I asked.
trail system meeting. That meeting was to discuss that a special meeting would need to be called or some way on the agenda, a request from the CAO regarding emergency spending on damaged trail would need to come to council. And so that was discussed on the emergency and how that would come to council. So thank you for your questions. Any other questions regarding the miscellaneous meeting dates? Go ahead, Councillor Link.
Well, I'm assuming that the attendance at AMM was pre-approved.
Ms. Shaw, I'll direct that question to you. Did we approve attendance at AMM this year, or it's something that's a given that we attend?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we refer this as the appointment to council committees. So all AMM events as well as a number of other committees are covered under that single resolution.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? I would just have one question or comment for Councillor Busetti and Ms. Shaw. I believe the River's Edge stakeholder information meeting, it's got Councillors Link, Kleiber, and Prague. I believe Councillor Busetti and I were also at that meeting. I'm seeing nods, so if we could adjust that one, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What was that? I'm sorry.
November 18th, River's Edge stakeholder information meeting. And all members of council attended that.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no further questions, I will call for the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. We have item 15.2, 2022 spending authority. I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of West St. Paul, in accordance with Section 163 of the Municipal Act, adopt an interim operating budget to be effective only until such time as Council adopts the operating budget for the 2022 fiscal year. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the following interim budget be hereby approved, and all of the amounts are listed. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Busetti, second by Councillor Prague. Any discussion? Councillor Link, go ahead.
Sorry. There's a considerable difference, a considerable increase from what was needed last year, the year before, the year before. Up until last year, the figure had remained the same for several years. There's a $456,000 difference in increase this year, and the report does not explain the reason for the nearly $500,000 increase being asked for. I think council should have had an explanation for these substantial increases.
Mr. CEO.
Well, it was probably reviewed by the director of finance, and this is the number she came back to. If we want to carry out business, what we do. Basically, all this does is allow us to. We don't have the budget set. We've been trying to move the budget forward. We have some opposition towards that, but we've been trying to get the budget done earlier in the year. And hopefully one day we'll get to the point where we don't have to do this. But this is common practice in rural municipalities where they get authority from council to continue on to do business and have access to money before the budget is set. If this value was over what our budget was last year, I would be concerned. I'm not concerned with this at all.
So about a $500,000 increase after years of having no increase is not a concern to you. And there's no justification for the increase. That's not a concern for you.
No, it's not a concern for me.
Councillor Kleiber, you have a question?
Yeah, well, maybe we can get some answers on Saturday because general government services is up 200,000, environmental health is 100,000, environmental development is 70,000, utility operating requirements, that might just be because of utilities, it's 100,000 higher for 456,000. We have no supporting document as to why this has gone up as much as it has. If it were the same, I would have no concerns, I guess, but these are just estimates. They're not based on, they don't look like they're based on some figures and some supporting documentation. So I don't know how we arrived at these numbers. And they're 20% higher than the previous year. So
Those numbers are, you're right. Those numbers are estimates of what we'll be spending, but they're under our budget. If you're comparing estimates from year to year for, this is to authorize us in January, February, March to spend dollars. These are underneath our budget amounts that we've had over the years in our regular budget. We're not going to spend a lot of time on these numbers we use to carry the business through it at the start of the year in the first third or so. That would be foolish when we're working, reviewing minutes and code of conducts, etc. When the real budget comes out, that's when you'll get all your explanations and we'll be doing things. I have no concerns with this. I have a director of finance that's a CGA, and I don't know what your concerns are, except you're looking at something from a previous year and coming up with some kind of process to say we can challenge this, in my opinion.
I'm not challenging anything. I'm just saying there should be some rationale supporting documentation. That's all. If there's a drastic increase, we should know why there's a drastic increase. And I would say $500,000 constitutes a drastic increase. Thank you for your explanation.
Councillor Link, go ahead.
Yes, I think an explanation would have been nice. I realize we have to okay this because we have to go on. So I'm not saying no, we shouldn't okay this. We must, but I think some explanation is lacking.
Okay, so what's happened here is the executive director has looked at previous years and said we haven't raised it in a few years. We've been going and we've been coming close to these numbers. These numbers have nothing to do with our real budget. It's just you continue as an entity when you don't have a budget set, and it's budgets in RMs aren't normally set the year previously. I don't know what answer you would be looking for. What our finance director is doing here is she's plugged in some amounts and said, give us the authority to spend up to these amounts that are under our usual budget amounts for the year. So she's probably looked at it and said, what's a safe number we can use to get out to 5 or 6 months out to the end of the year if we have to, because we never know what we're dealing with moving forward. For all I know, with the way the world's been going with COVID and that, we may come to a point in the future where we don't have a quorum for council. So she's thinking on her feet, and she's asking for an interim budget that takes her out a little further than other years, and she's matching up to other years. To simply pull out an interim budget from another year is, I guess, you could rationalize that, but I don't think there's no hidden meaning behind this. There's no big explanation for this. It's pretty straightforward what we're doing here.
Councillor Bisetti, go ahead.
Through the chair to the CEO, Mr. CEO, would it be fair to say that the numbers, whatever the increases are here, what would you say are increases to the growth of our municipality in the year? The more that the office is actually doing through legal, through planning, through all this other services, would it be more than you'd see there in the increase? Like, we're booming. That's where I'm, I don't really need an answer, but I'm trying to say, just make a comment here. If the municipality is growing and we're moving forward, and as the CAO has said, it hasn't increased in years, it's going to always look like a big amount because we're always scared of moving things in West St. Paul. When I started on council, they never wanted to raise the mill rate. Well, we had to catch up at a certain point, and it seems it starts going up in big amounts, and then it starts catching up. So I think it's just a matter of playing catch up when it hasn't been raised to the numbers that it should be. So thank you, and I'm sorry I put you on the spot without a real question.
Thank you, Councillor Mercier. Councillor Craig, go ahead.
All these numbers that we were given are estimates. Doesn't necessarily mean we're going to use it. When it comes down, when the actual budget is there, then the figures have to show. This is the amount of money being spent. Am I correct, Mr. CEO? Through the mayor.
You're correct, Councillor Prague.
Thank you. Let's move.
We've all had an opportunity to comment. We have a mover and a seconder on this. I will ask for a recorded vote, and I will call for the vote. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. We have a couple of issues to deal with in camera now. I will read the resolution to go in camera. Be it resolved in accordance with section 152.3 of the Municipal Act, council do now move in camera to discuss matters that are in preliminary stages and respecting which discussions in public could prejudice the municipality's ability to carry out its activities or negotiations. And be it further resolved that in accordance with section 83(1)(d) of the Municipal Act, any issues that are discussed are kept confidential until discussed at a regular meeting of council. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bisetti, second by Councillor Prague. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the vote. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. We'll just wait for the all clear that we're off YouTube.
Okay,
Thanks. All right, we have one rise and report item coming out of camera on this in-camera session, and I have a resolution coming out of camera. Be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of West St. Paul authorize B&K Studios to provide council meeting live streaming service for a 2-year period at a cost of $2,500 plus applicable taxes for annual maintenance and $4,000 plus applicable taxes for annual operator services up to 3 hours per meeting. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Busetti, seconded by Councillor Parag. Is there any further discussion? If so, we would go back in camera. Seeing no further
Recorded vote.
discussion, request for recorded vote from Councillor Link. And seeing no further discussion required, I will call for the vote. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. I will read the resolution to go back in camera. Whereas A, Section 9 of the Code of Conduct Bylaw number 2021 provides that if sorry, just a minute. I'm going to take us back in and make sure I'm looking at the right one. Yep. Whereas A, Section 9 of the Code of Conduct Bylaw number 2021-13 provides that if a council member files a code of conduct complaint in an approved form with the CAO, that certain process is to be followed, which includes third-party review and receipt and addressing any decision of the third-party reviewer. B, upon receipt of the decision of the third-party reviewer, 1, to accept the complaint, the CAO must inform the complainant and respondent of the option to proceed to mediate to try and resolve the complaint. 2, upon receipt of a decision of a third-party reviewer to recommend dismissing the complaint, the CAO must put the matter before council to review at the closed in-camera portion of the next scheduled council meeting. 3, the above process has been followed by the CAO and council regarding decisions of the third-party reviewer, and the CAO has followed the code of conduct and organizational flowchart provided by municipal relations to facilitate the process of complaints under codes. Be it resolved that a closed in-camera meeting dealing with the code of conduct matters shall be facilitated by the CAO and has been our practice, and section 8.3 of the procedural bylaw number 2021-8 will be suspended for closed in-camera meetings dealing with code of conduct matters. B, in accordance with section 152.3 of the Municipal Act and section 8.10 of the Code of Conduct Bylaw 2021-13, council do now move in camera. And C, in accordance with section 83(1)D of the Municipal Act, any issues that are discussed are kept confidential until discussed at a regular meeting of council. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Busetti, seconded Councillor Parag. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed?
Abstain.
And that is carried. Thank you. We are going in camera. thank you. We're out of camera with 2 resolutions. I'm going to ask Ms. Shaw, our Municipal Legislative Officer, to read those resolutions for me, and I will call the question after each resolution. Ms. Shaw?
Recorded vote on both, please.
Are we out of camera yet? And I've recorded vote on both resolutions.
I believe Councillor Link has requested the recorded votes on both resolutions. I have that recorded in my minutes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Shaw. I didn't hear her. It was a little bit muffled.
First resolution for council's consideration. Be it resolved that the Council of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul accepts the third-party reviewer's recommendation to dismiss the complaint and close the file as specifically set forth in the reviewer's letter dated November 30th, 2021.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Brussetti, seconded by Councillor Prague. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed?
Can't hear you.
I am abstaining, and I would like to state my reason for abstention. Why are you shaking your head, sir? It will not be recorded in the minutes.
Doesn't
But I-
matter. It's being said on
I-
live video. It's the same thing.
That's fine. We have no law or bylaw that says I cannot state my reasons.
As
The
long as it
bylaw
has
says-
nothing to do with the item that we've discussed in camera, that's an in-camera item and doesn't raise the issue and turn into a discussion about that in-camera item.
I will raise
I will
council's
give my
attention to the
reason for
time, please.
abstention. I am abstaining from this vote because code of conduct complaints, intake reviewer reports, investigation of complaints are not resulting in improvements in relations.
Councillor Link, I'm going to stop you right there.
Why
because
can't I
I'm
finish?
going to stop you right there. Because now you're referring to people's personal conduct and making comments about the intake reviewers not resulting in change. And you're talking about
I'm
issues
not.
that are,
I'm not.
I'm stopping you right there, Councillor Kleiber or Councillor Link. We've already had an issue on this. We're not going to be talking about in-camera issues and the circumstances around the conduct of members of council. We're not having that conversation about people's conduct changing or not changing. That's just not appropriate. We are at 10 o'clock now. I need a mover to extend the meeting and able to vote on the next one. Can I have a mover? I've got a mover, Councillor Brussetti, Councillor Prague. All those in favor of extending the meeting to deal with one more vote? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Ms. Shaw, we've got one more resolution. I'll pass that to you to read the resolution.
Recorded vote.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Be it resolved that the Council of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul direct the CAO to investigate measures to recover funds for frivolous and vexatious council members' code of conduct complaints.
Thank you. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Brussetti, seconded Councillor Prague. Any further discussion? We would need to go back in camera as it's an in-camera item. Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor? Opposed?
Abstaining. This council.
Yeah, Councillor Kleiber, I can't let you talk about this council and behavior of council members.
My name is
I can't
not
have the
Councillor
abstention
Kleiber,
be
thank
part of
you.
what's discussed in
My name is
camera
not Councillor
and make
Kleiber.
reference to people's behavior.
You
the
called her
code of
Councillor
conduct-
Kleiber again.
I apologize, Councillor Link. I apologize, Councillor Kleiber. That kind of evening, I'm sorry. We can't abstain and make reference to people's conduct and have those discussions out of council, out of in camera. But thank you. Can I get a mover to adjourn the meeting, please? Moved by Councillor Brussetti, seconded Councillor Prague. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, thank you, and that meeting is adjourned.